Good morning, Royal Family, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the Crypto TA. And as always, we're going to start this off with a recap of yesterday. So, yeah, I'm still sitting here just kind of trying to set up. Had to shut everything down last night. So, this was the long position that we were looking at yesterday. It did not work out. I did give a warning that you could go ahead and cut this and just wait for a confirmation. But once it got down here, I really started to lose my confidence in this trade. So I did not show a new entry setup. I just left everything on the chart because, I like to come back and do the recap. And I don't like to move too much stuff around when I'm streaming anyway, just to keep everything organic. But when we did that stream, and I'm going to go ahead and delete this now. Actually, let me just finish walking through it now. So when we did that stream, one of the things that I mentioned, I moved these, I'm sorry. I moved the previous day high and the previous day low. I did move those two last night once we got the candle closure. But this was the box right here that we were looking for price to come up to. And this is the level that I told you to watch for price to come to, that I thought the price would at least do this right here. And that you get some turbulence along the way, which is exactly what happened after this breakout right here. Because when I ended, it was still rejecting here. But after the breakout, it came back in, it came up, it came back down. And then you finally tapped into that level of resistance that I figured price could make its way up here to. It still never hit the exact top, but here in this box here, and it made another attempt and another attempt and another attempt, and it just couldn't do it. I see we're getting a little bit of a pullback now. There is some liquidity sitting down here at this low here. So there's plenty of liquidity sitting down here at this previous day low, and there's some liquidity a little lower down, and I do believe that it's probably going to end up being somewhere around this box right here. So here we have liquidity. So I'm going to leave these as is. I don't actually have a reason to delete these, so I'm going to leave those. I can take this away now. I can take this away now. And this was just one of the momentum areas that I thought price last night when it came down would be able to hold, but it broke that. I mean, yeah, so no bueno on that. Can look for a cool off here soon. And I need to assess if this is even important anymore, because that may not be relevant anymore. So let me check that. Let me delete this as well. And so I can spare you all the noise on the chart. I'm just going to check over here on a different screen. Okay, so off the bat, let's do this off the bat here. 4-hour time frame. Okay, so first things first, money flow is at a place where it typically will turn around. It's not green, but I've shared this with you. It tends to turn backwards at around 75 to up to 85. So 75 to 85 is where we have seen some reversals take place. We got one here, or corrections. We got one there. You can already see that we're getting one here. When we were here in the green, we just put in a triangle formation, and then we continued to move up. You got one here, you got one here, and I can go backwards and backwards and backwards on this, but this typically signals some sort of a reversal on the 4-hour time frame, from the 4-hour time frame. And you can see that nothing really changed in here. So I did state that I still feel a little weary about Bitcoin's price action right now. RSI does not look good on the 4-hour time frame. Now it has been holding the blue signal line, but this is just pure consolidation because they're not crossing each other. This one is not even rising, so the blue is failing to even rise, which indicates just consolidation. So let's not be too overly bullish on Bitcoin in the moment. Doesn't mean we cannot still look for longs, and we will, at least until something breaks. Until something breaks. So for the, actually, I'm sorry, for the daily, I just wanted to see here, wickety wick, extended. I mean, we knew from this first candle up here, probably be a little bit of an issue. We're starting to get more of a rise here out of our low, so we could start to see a better correction come in. We already confirmed back here on the correction, but the severity of the correction has not taken place yet because we have not moved into this lower color. So once we connect with it, then we'll really be rolling down. Same situation here with the cloud cover, and now the RSI is crossing the blue signal line here. And let me just check one other thing. I know that we haven't tapped into anything. I'm really gonna wait today for some liquidity to get taken. I know that we do have a pending. We have a delta cross on the 15 1 hour time frame, 15-minute time frame as well. We have negative delta cross and quickly approaching one on the 4-hour time frame. And pretty much nothing has changed from that line that I did have rolling across the bottom of the chart in terms of Bitcoin needing to hold. So where it is now, is where it needs to hold. So I should be pushing this up here. But I do believe that this liquidity is on the table because I'm seeing some, I'm seeing it on CoinGlass right now. There are also some limit orders set there, and we're starting to pile up with longs. But by the time we get down here to take out this liquidity, I mean, I said this yesterday, but it still got the bounce and came back up. It is really a terrible place for price to come back to right now. This is showing me that this is where price needs to maintain, and anything below that would not be good. So I get it that, you know, us bulls are really fighting. We're still waiting on that 130, 135, maybe even some numbers higher than that to be hit. This is still a good area for price to come back to as well. All right, so this is trying to do some sort of a cool off phase over here. I'm gonna let the RSI make itself a little bit more clearer, and then we can start to look for another entry into Bitcoin. Altcoins performed really well yesterday. I actually opened up 2 new positions yesterday based on the higher time frame, not the lower time frame. So, I mean, right now they are still in the green. But how about H bar, guys? Like, everyone who took the H bar, geez, we were up like 500% yesterday, over 500% yesterday. So we're doing really, really good with H bar. OP has showed itself to. I mean, this altcoins are doing really good. Okay, so our OP, we're up 100% on optimism. Actually, over just 100%. And then the two new positions that I took yesterday is virtuals and immutable X. So immutable X just for me last night is already up 40%. Just last night it's already up 40%. So again, altcoins are doing really, really good. Virtuals is lagging just a little bit. I do need to check back in on that chart. It is lagging a little bit. And I do want to see the delta on this chart. Oh, so sorry. Yarning early this morning. I need to refigure some things while I'm sitting here waiting. I am going to allow Bitcoin to at least attempt that liquidity. I mean, I know, again, if it does, then Bitcoin may be rolling just a little bit. I'm looking at that moving average. It is still shooting straight up in the air, so it won't be the end of our rally by any means necessary. It's just that if we get up underneath it and we start to stay up under it long enough, then it will start turning, and then we will start moving back down to some of those lower targets that I've mentioned before. So yeah, we're clearly very overextended here on this 15-minute time frame. Let me see how I need to do this. All right, I think I see it. Switch this to a 4-hour here, and I'm going to move this like that. I'm just going to take this out of the way because we shouldn't even be looking at that. In fact, let me just switch this whole thing here just to align, because this is where we really need to hold the line here. Exactly where that candle is sitting on, we need to hold the line here. So if we lose this to come take this liquidity, but we reclaim, I know that that's a far move back up, but price has to hold here. And if we're not doing that, then again, like I said, we are rolling over. I could probably also, so just have to put this back on here like that. Just hate to have this long line on the chart, so let me minimize that a little bit here. Back on the 1 hour. This is, yes, it's still the same. So it is very much like yesterday. We must hold. All right, so I knew previous day high and I knew previous day low. And then of course what I'm saying, that price needs to hold. I'm gonna do that in blue. Make sure that there is nothing else I needed to justify here on the charts. I don't really see anything else I need to address here on the chart. Let me just check QTD, see what we have going on over here. Okay, oversold on this 15-minute time frame. Rejection at the bottom side of the channel. Why is this here? I'm not sure that I had this on here yesterday. Or did I? Maybe I did. But let me delete it. Let's draw a new fib here. All right, so golden pocket 786 reaction. So this is what we're doing right now. A little golden pocket 786 reaction. As I was checking, um, and I'm gonna unsync from this time frame over here because I need to. At least give you one chart that you can see. Excuse me while I get everything together. Just trying to visualize where price action will be interacting today. And adjust my charts because, again, I had to shut everything down last night. So order block right here as well. We do still need to get back above that critical zone. I think I just deleted something. Let me see, 15. All right, so, and we're just below the 200 EMA on the 15 as well. So if I put this on, then here's our 200 here, and we're just below that. And it looks like we're grabbing a hold of the 400 here, trying to hold this 400. And I'm just going to use this chart here to just kind of gauge. So there's our 100 down here, just below. I'm at 200 for the 1 hour, just below this previous day low. And for our 4 hour, we're just tapping into our 26. And we do have a strategy here, but it looks like we're gonna make an entry, and hopefully hopefully it doesn't do a double dip. I do still want to make sure that we respect coming back up here. So if it's a situation where it needs to be cut, then it will need to be cut. See if we can get some bullish divergence in here. That would be great. And hopefully too many longs don't stack up in here, because again, when we have a ton of longs coming into the market, it's incentive right now. Because we're ranging, it's all about liquidity grab. It is all about liquidity when you're ranging. And that's the time where market makers get to make their money too. Within these ranges, make a lot more within these ranges than they do just running straight up in the air. But just waiting right now. All right, so we are trying to hold this low down here. Oh, this is such a sticky place. It really is such a sticky place. We're trying to hold here on the RSI, and we look like we're pending across above our blue signal line here. Doesn't mean that we can't still do something. Not like that, but doesn't mean we can't still do something like that and then go. So we didn't even grab that little bit of liquidity right here. dominance is still rolling over. That's nice to see. USDT. Mm-hmm. Sorry, my fingers keep doing that. We could be hanging out in here for a minute. I mean, I can see that there is some sort of development looking to take place, but it's 15-minute time frame. But we're really at critical levels. If you were to come up right now, we probably do no more than, let's just say, these lows right in here, and that would just be a lower high and a rejection. So I'm just gonna hold right now. I do like the fact that we did get oversold here and we got a little bounce away using the RSI strategy. And we can see that we are attempting to hold the lows down here. May even have a MACD cross. About 9 minutes left on this. Let me do it from here, from this screen. Down on the 15. So yeah, not a MACD, but a delta cross taking place over here. So you had a delta cross starting to show a change in selling pressure here with a positive cross above the fast signal and quickly approaching the blue signal here. Into the golden pocket, 786. I mean, everything sounds lovely. We are below a critical level here on the 4-hour time frame, and we are currently below the 200 EMA here for the 15-minute time frame as well. So if I zoom out, I would say wait. This looks nice. Again, if it does get a push up, it will probably do no more than these lows. So it's okay for a scalp position, but I think that it's just a give it a minute situation before we jump the gun. And we'll take a look at some altcoins here. as I keep a steady eye on Bitcoin. And then we will come back. Yeah. Put this over here. Okay. Okay. All right. Kick things off with XRPZ. All right, XRP putting in a little bit of a correction over here after getting really extended. And shout out to everybody who's in XRP. Jeez, those little targets I had for the squeeze breakout, that was nothing. All some new highs put in. That's what's up. $10 next, maybe. It is on a roll. Yeah, I would say about 10. Say about 10 to 15. 10 to 15 next for XRP. But right now, and then what I have on here is just the EMAs from I think this is like a weekly or something like that. And based on that, just here on this 1 hour time frame, XRP should not be below that 279. 275. It should not be below that. Right now, there is a negative delta cross here with some bullish divergence underneath here. So people are trying to scoop this up as it is getting this bit of a drop here, showing the squeeze over here. It's been making those attempts anyway. Not necessarily any bearish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. It's a RSI cool off, if anything, here for XRP. If it was to tap back into something right now, then I would say it would come back here and back test a weekly high here. It would come back and retest this weekly high. But aside from that, here on the 1 hour time frame, let's just move through to the 4 hour time frame. And I can delete that. Yes, remove. Yes, remove. So you're starting to get a negative delta cross here on the 4 hour time frame for XRP as well. And you're also showing a cooling phase in here. Nothing necessarily, it's not aggressive in any sort of way. XRP is extremely green. So nothing aggressive. Just a little bit extended. Let's see if I put a fib on here, if it comes, if it's above or below my target. All right, so you're right in there, what I'm seeing here, which is just kind of back testing this weekly high. So back testing where the highs were located at. The RSI is still holding over here, so that's a good thing. And just hide that from my scale. You can see what it looks like. QTD, I'm pretty sure it's bullish as heck, and it is. And if you're looking to get into this thing, I would honestly wait until I got a good pullback. A good pullback, still in between standard deviation 1 and 2 at the top side. So I guess if anything, 334, potentially somewhere in here. Now this will change a little bit if you were really looking to get in. Let's move this up. Is that probably like a 50% retracement? Yeah, a shallow 50. Probably won't get anything like the golden pocket 786. Just thinking about it, probably won't get that, especially in the strong bullish moves like that. Yeah, that probably won't happen. So you can look to that 332 for a pullback and look to hold that, because I think all the other pullbacks may have been something similar. So 50, the golden pocket exactly there. This probably was like a 236. Nothing more than 236 retracement here. Likely. Yeah, so you don't even come back into the 50 here. So you got it very shallow retracement there. So we'll look back and see how this holds up here around the 50%. I think that that's doable. Small little gap in there. For XRP. Daily. Still rising. Still holding. But yeah. It's getting close to some sort of a stronger cool off in the market. And again, when that happens, I would just be looking for something back, maybe to back test the top side here, or we just readjust the fit retracement and then expect for 7-8 golden pocket 786 retracement at that point, coming from the daily. But right now, still pretty decent. And let's see, Solana here. I was looking at this on the RSI last night, and it looked really nice for the breakup. Nice delta cross. Right now we have a negative delta here on the 1 hour for Solana, reacting a lot stronger than XRP for sure. And let's go ahead and drop a fib on this. Okay, so we're just starting to leave this 178 zone, looking to get to that 188. Let me make sure I move these dailies here. I didn't. Okay, so that's the previous day high there. And previous day low here. That's not cute. All right. Take this away now. Did get a nice little pop out on that. You can even see it right here. The little triangle for a breakup. So some additional selling coming into play over here on the 4-hour time frame as well. The put that field back on here now that I can see. This is really shallow, what I'm doing here. Take that away. The Solana can do more than that. In fact, let me hide this for now. Don't really need that to be shown. Yeah, just a bit overextended. EMAs look really, really nice. And so far, Solana's interaction hasn't been any more than down here to the 10. So golden pocket is the max that I'd be looking for right now to retrace into. Yeah, that'll be it right there. Somewhere here about the golden pocket, 786. I wouldn't expect for a full tap into the 786, but 176 looks doable for Solana. I really would hate to see it come back into this range here because we just got the move out. But again, if it does give a little bit more in here, then that is what I would be looking for there. So let me just see if everything else lines up to this, and then I don't have to spend a lot of time going through the charts. All right, so virtuals, I did say I need to look back at this. Now virtuals had this cute little breakout over here. It looked like it was going to struggle a little bit, but I did post about the breakout when I noticed it, and it also had some bullish divergence down here as well. So we had the bear div across here, and the bear div played out into some sort of a, I don't want to call it a flag, but the structure indicates that it's something that's going to break to the upside anyway. And then it had the bull div down here, and then that was when I was like, okay, so this could be a nice little play or opportunity to get in on virtuals. Do have the 200 EMA, and this is from the 15-minute time frame. That's what I stated. Yeah, so pretty on point with that, still being the 200. So just a little bit lower, but this line won't move even when these moving averages do. So as long as it continues to ride above here, then virtuals is going to in a good space. That looks nice right there. Possibly another little break to the upside here in play for virtual. Because it hasn't had these aggressive moves, it has more room to move. Let me put it like that. So and I ended up adding these zones as well because I didn't have any zones in here. I just had a line in here. I didn't have anything that indicated retracement levels in here at all for it. So that is what I did there. So 1 hour just keeps chucking. And if you're using your EMAs, or if you use EMAs, then it's going to be your 60. And as long as virtual continues to respect the 60, which, I mean, I know no one probably wants to wait for something like that. It could be another opportunity to get in as long as it continues to respect the 60 here. Once it pops to 60, then we will be getting a breakdown here, or a better entry. Let me just put it like that, a better entry for virtuals. Right now, this all looks pretty nice over here. Just continue onwards and upwards for virtual, even though it is struggling. It's struggling in here because there's a lot of volume in here, and it's kind of being suppressed through here. So if you look back, let me take, well, let's see. Can hide that for a minute while I go through. So if you look back, there's just a lot of resistance through here, and this is what virtuals is struggling with. So once virtuals can get past this, I mean, the cycle repeats in this area right here because virtuals price action has been trading within this region here for quite a while now. So this whole little region down here, Virtuals has been stuck in it. And this is VWAP here. And it's loud, hot pink color. See, Bitcoin is making some sort of an attempt over here. All right, it is pushing back up. And it is important to see a reclaim as it is getting. I'm gonna go back to virtuals. But Bitcoin is trying to push up in here as we were seeing it. Boom, 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 boom. I do still think that these lows in here is probably as good as it gets if it can keep pushing. And then there could be another rejection there. I don't think that we're getting back to this just yet until we clear up some things for the chart. So I'm still pending for the better setup here for Bitcoin. And I mean, it could just go without me, and I get it. I have 2 positions open on Bitcoin now, so no need to be too greedy. Just still some things that don't sit well with me. So back over here to virtuals. So just a ton of resistance through here, basically. And it continues through here. But once virtuals can break away from all of this, at least get past, I don't know, get midway into this next zone, then it has an easier run from that point. But right now it is struggling with a lot of resistance through here, and that is what you're seeing. That's why we're getting these wickety wicks across here, because it keeps trying to chug forward and it's having a little bit of an issue with all of that resistance. I would like to see it also move further away from the dynamic cloud and the scale. That would be nice. That would show some really nice strength. I mean, the same way it shows strength here to the downside, it just needs to get away from it to the upside. So it needs to deviate further away from it for a stronger push there. But otherwise, I mean, it looks fine. It looks absolutely fine. Break and back test of the 200 and just keep it moving. Keep it moving. Daily looks fine. And this alligator mouth could just be getting started. To get a better move up, let me move this. I have not done that. Yeah, virtuals look fine for the continuation to the upside. I don't really see turn that off. Positive delta cross here. RSI coming up. Selling pressure cooling off as it's getting this little, it's very tied to Bitcoin right now. Let me put it like that. Where you have something like XRP that isn't tied to Bitcoin right now, which is able to move more freely. Even though dominance is down, some things just tend to continue to ride with Bitcoin. And at the moment, virtuals is one of those. So you can see how the structure is very similar, and it's similar for that reason because it is tagging along with Bitcoin. And then the 1 hour negative delta cross here, which I mean that can turn around at any moment. And if anything else, it could put in some more bullish divergence just like it did here. Data looks nice. Data looks really nice. Data with the VWAP bounce. How about that? 93 cents. Looks really good. Steady been riding VWAP here. And continuing up. And our target for Theta. It put some notes in here. Let me see what that looks like. That looks nice. RSI looks really nice. See daily here. So Theta, I'd be looking here. Midterm. And then let me just see if I'm missing some levels. I'm gonna keep it conservative for now. So midterm, I'll be looking in here. Short, we're going to be here about 150. Mid, about 207. And then our projection would be somewhere up here where these highs are located at. It put in a lower high each time there. So I'm just going to say 305. I'm not 305, but $3 here. So if we start to take this out, then we can look at some of their older levels through here for Theta. But at the moment, because it has just continuously put in these lower highs here, I'm gonna stick with $3 as the high for Theta. And again, midterm 207. And short term will be here because we do have to take out this high. So that'll put us up here in this zone. So about 150 there. One thing I did notice with Theta is that it hasn't had a close above its monthly. candle. So I would love to see that, which is running right here, but hasn't done so in the past. In here, you can see um, came up. It did break above it, but no closure above it. No closure above this one. And we may potentially put in the closure above this one here when we get our monthly close, but we're far out from that. So I do want to see a monthly closure above one of these lower candles in here. This one right here for now. So we're just above that candle. That's very important. So I should probably move this because I'll leave it like it is for now. But at least at least this candle here. We do want to see a closure, and that hasn't happened. We got a closure above a candle over here. We got a nice push up. We did do this over here. I mean, that's still pretty okay, but I mean, you drop a line on this and you can see that it's going to continue down. But this would be nice to finally see a candle closure here on the monthly time frame. And it's basically just like everything else. You go out to your 3 month and you have this mother bar, and then price is just trading within this range here. So we'll be looking for price to if we get this closure, about 2 months away, honey, we are going to break out of this thing. I don't think that we should still be trading in here within the next 3 months, but one thing about altcoins is that they typically they get their aggressive moves for alt season in October. It's always October. And it's always October because October is typically where Bitcoin tops out and starts to retrace. And I've done a video on that before explaining that, and I've also posted it on X. So you can see this was a low here in October. I don't know how to go about this over here. Let me go to a weekly, see if I can make it make more sense. Let's find October. So October is through here. You got a nice push up. October is through here. He gets a nice push up. And you'll see this across the board that October is really when altcoins start to pump. In October right now, it's just past where I have these blocks drawn out to. So we're really early in terms of the pumps. But we can do something like go up and come back down. That could be something that happens. A final shakeout before it runs. Because I know a lot of people, like including myself, even though I'm using very small capital and very low leverage, still using leverage. And the market will be saturated with people using leverage to take these long positions on these altcoins. So market makers may bring it back for a final shakeout in October. We really do see the run. And we get the cool off of Bitcoin. But Theta so far looks really nice. So expect some sort of a reaction here, even if it breaks above. Just coming into this dash box right here where the 200 EMA is sitting at and where this pivot is. But we're looking to break this W formation neckline. I'm out of coffee this morning, so I'm having to drink a diet soda. And you're about to get a full flip here of these lower EMAs. So that's a nice look. Here for theta. This is a much stronger push-up, so just want to see price hold the previous day low. I was at a low. Why does it read low? I have to move it anyway. All right. Just want to see that previous day high hold, and that's right here where the golden pocket is. If we are to see some sort of a correction on theta, given that this is a daily time frame, I'm honestly not thinking that we eat back into this candle that way, but it's something to be aware of. As it does continue to look really nice, it is something to be aware of. All right, so we're still waiting on bidding. Injective, tapping into VWAP here, getting a little bit of a VWAP rejection there. Let me adjust the daily high and the daily low. All right, so it did manage to push up through the 200 EMA. Price action can do that and then typically roll back down. VWAP and a 200 EMA, maybe some sort of a correction comes in. Yeah, very much so pending that correction here. Very much so. Because obviously no full flip here on injective. So what can we be looking for injective to come back down to? We really want to see injective hold here around 1194. This was the little range that injective broke up out of. So we can also go for the previous day low here and back for an attempt to hold this range high here as support if we do see this correction here on injective, or once we do see the correction here on injective, because I expect for injective to correct just based off of hitting the 200 and VWAP and the multitude of your EMA ribbons are sitting down below that point, which doesn't confirm the strongest move. This is a nice alligator mouth right in here, but it doesn't confirm the strongest move, which is a full flip of all the ribbons. Negative delta 1. Just whipsaw here on 4 with the squeeze. RSI looks pretty decent though here for injective. This would make sense to back test these highs here and where the breakout took place at. So I'm going to leave it as such. Otherwise, it would just simply come back here and retest the weekly range high here for injective. Optimism has been doing really, really, really well here. We're just at the weekly high here. I'm pretty sure it looks the same across the board in terms of negative delta. I just rushed through that real quick. Nope, positive delta here on the 4-hour time frame looking really, really strong. Negative delta here on the 1-hour time frame with the squeeze pending here for a little bit of a cool off, and I would be looking. Let me move this back over here. Daily still looks very nice and strong. It did push back up here, no actual rise from the low, so that's nice. Previous day high possibly is what it's going to be. Yeah, so back test the previous day high for OP. Previous day high and those highs there, if we get it flagging out a little bit in here. H bar killing it. Once we stopped chopping that VWAP and we got above it, it's been nice. It's been nice for H bar. We're still, even with this little pullback right here, still above where the initial take profit was set at for the H bar entry setup. No surprise there on the negative delta. Cool off in the RSI all in one. If this turns up right now, then we would just continue to go higher. A little bit of a trend line break there. For our may have a pending delta cross, and we'll be looking for again just another fallen pizza or another pizza slice here, triangle formation, some sort of a bullish formation to form here, and then continue up. Daily, this is close. It's close. This might just be our appetizer. These pumps again could just be our appetizer. I like the way the total 2 looks, but this could just be our appetizers. And then again, our main course doesn't happen until October. But we are so ahead of everything. So band 1 is here. We have so many targets in here for H bar. I think at the end of the day, we're looking at about 39. Let me see. Ah, that explains it. Okay. Makes a lot of sense now. I should have been looking at this. I'm still in my greed phase right now with H bar. I haven't taken any profit yet. I actually canceled my take profit, which was set for 75, I think it was. But that very much explains it. So price action, as you can see, has been trading in between here. But that was a nice break there. So possibly we can go ahead. Possibly we will be breaking through this and then continuing up. And I would just start to get very cautious at that point. And that'd be nice if we do go in here and put in some new all-time highs. That would be nice. But you know H bar. When H bar rips, it rips. And when it dips, it dips. Okay? So just need to know that. So we're seeing our resistance here at band 1. We come back, we want to hold VWAP. In the end of the day, we need to be holding VWAP. I don't want to see this candle get eaten up or leave some sort of a nasty wick behind like that. It can happen. It can very much so happen. We can't assume that this isn't. I mean, RSI is just getting started. The only thing that's making me a little hesitant now is just me thinking back and realizing, you know what? I was saying it yesterday, October. But that's the only thing. But when I look at total 2, it looks really nice. But we do have some cool off coming. Definitely looking to continue this cool off, especially knowing that we've hit that that band 1 here from VWAP. We can be coming down quite a bit. A little bit of a cloud cover here on the daily as well. But that's what's really important right there. That we know that we've tapped that resistance for H bar. And we want to hold our neckline. Just want to hold the neckline. Near. Very nice. We're finally above band 1 here on near. So that's great. RSI looks really nice over here on near as well. See how we got the push through? We got the back test. We held there for the W. We haven't broken anything here just yet, but nonetheless, this is really nice for near. We're riding really, really close to the 0 line. And at some point, we do want to see us push away from it, up and away from it. So right now, this just tells me that It's a little lackluster in here, and you can't see it from this, but it is a little lackluster. So yeah, it's still just very corrective at this stage until the MACD gets above the zero line. But a nice positive delta cross there on the weekly. Don't really have much detail over here on the monthly time frame with it, but nice cross up here on the monthly, here on the DTI, and again the same situation that we were seeing from the weekly time frame, where got the cross up and then the back test, and then the and I was trying to push out, but nonetheless a nice RSI here on the monthly time frame for near also. No candle closures above, so would like to see that happen. And again, we are just slightly above band 1 here for VWAP, which is nice. So we can be looking at that 450. Gonna have quite a bit of turbulence in here with all of this and here. Yeah, it's gonna be quite the resistance to push through. So if we do manage to do it and we kiss this VWAP, it is a great place to take a little bit of profit and then let the rest of it ride. Daily. And again, that's just band 1 there. Riding tight here, but it doesn't mean that the MACD is riding tight. It just means that the delta is riding tight there, and delta is leading, so you can put in bear divs. If we get a delta cross, we could be putting in a bear div on the highs, but the MACD can still be postured positive and not have a cross of its signal line. But this looks really nice in here. Nice eagle wings there on the RSI. I like that. But again, we know that we're getting very intensified here, and we can expect a correction across all altcoins, especially seeing that divergence on total 2 as well. But all altcoins are going to get some sort of correction. Positive delta here on the 4. Let me make sure I moved this. I didn't move that. So undoubtedly it's probably going to be something where we need to hold the previous day high on the daily time frame. We do want to do that. So again, just holding these highs. We want to be able to flip this into support on a retracement. Undo did manage to get above VWAP here. This could be very strong if we hold it. Very strong if we can hold above VWAP here. Came up into it, overextended, flagged out a little bit, and got to push up here into our daily resistance zone here, which this is between 108 and 118. So still has some room that if it can push back up here to kind of hang out in here. It didn't work the last time. We were looking for it to hold that support, I believe. Let me go over here to the daily. Yeah. So resistance, I think it was at this point here, looking for it to hold, and it didn't hold, and then we lost VWAP, came back up, got another rejection at it. So we have been rejecting this zone. We are at VWAP also here for Undo. We did get through this weekly resistance here. Don't want to come back down below that. But again, if we can just maintain this VWAP, that would be great, and we can continue to push up. But I'm pretty sure, just like everything else, it's starting to show some exhaustion. as it is. Let me just check back on Bitcoin real quick and see what we have going on. So do watch that VWAP. And any sort of a retracement, we would have to, we would come back pretty significantly because we don't have, we need to get above this resistance and attempt to flip it into support right now for Undo. Otherwise, it may not be as cute if we get a retracement on it. And this is where it came from, down here at 90 cents. And we're not looking for that. On some sort of a daily correction is what I'm referencing right now, the daily correction. But in the meantime and in between time, if we can hold VWAP at 103 here on the 1 hour time frame, that'd be great. If we can't hold VWAP, maybe we come back down here and we back test this ascending trend line that we broke up out of. So just kind of back test this pattern formation that we broke out of for Undo. APT got the break up out of here. Well, that's nice. And we'll say if we did anything with APT, I would be looking forward to hold here. I already know the rest of the story with the Delta and the daily. So right now it's just all about looking at where price could potentially come back to and trying to hold that. So at this point, I'm just going to keep it this simple so I can go back over to Bitcoin's chart or take a look at the stock. All right, so we were coming as low as the 60 here on the EMAs. I wouldn't expect for the 60 at this point, given the posturing of these EMAs. I wouldn't be looking for any more than this 26 at this point. And that is almost in confluence here with the top side of this pattern formation, this rising channel that we got the breakout of. So back test, I would expect for it to finish out somewhere in there. Can draw a fib, and let's assume that it does come back into this formation, which is absolutely bearish. Bearish to see that happening. Let's see, 15. If I can do something different in here. I'm at 15. Perfect. Preferably, we maintain this 20, this 60 here, and we don't come below that. But if we do, we can see that we have been bouncing off of the 200 EMA. So that could be a thing where it does manage to come in a little deeper here. And then that's where the golden pocket will be sitting at here, where the 200 EMA is also located. So top side of the ascending channel, and then possibly the golden pocket here at 528 for APT. SUI currently here on the 15-minute. So everything is going back and interacting with the 200 on the 15-minute time frame. That's where SUI is at right now. Rejection at band 1 here on the macro band 1. Let's see. And it's doing that from the 15-minute alone. Let me make sure that, yeah, multiplier 1. Absolutely. Here on the 15-minute time frame. Looks a lot like Bitcoin, to tell you the truth. I mean, that really didn't help anything. I'm just trying to find. I could keep it to the basic. If this was a pattern, it's already broken back inside of this. Seems like a much harsher rejection. Let me go off of this. It's a golden pocket right now. Golden pocket 786. You can delete that now. You know what? Let me just hide it instead. I mean, no biggies here on the 1 hour time frame for SUI. As long as SUI continues to hold this line here, then these EMAs will likely not start to roll over. I mean, 200 is all the way down there at $3.72. I'm sure nobody wants SUI to roll back down there or anything. It is getting has been respecting those EMAs. It's a nasty candle rejection here off of the 4 hour time frame. Jeez. Market makers are likely want to go back at least 50% retracement back into this this nasty little wick here on SUI. Yeah. May need to move these. So price is already tapped into that golden pocket 786. If it comes down any lower, would want to see it hold about 392. Seems to have been respecting the daily 5. If it starts to lose respect for that daily 5, then we could start to see it roll over a little bit more. Yeah, just below this previous daily low here. There's been plenty of interaction across here. It's So we could be looking for something like that. I'm gonna go with this block. See if I need to extend that for any reason. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe just somewhere back into here, potentially. Per se, if it starts to get a little bit ugly. 4 hour has had mad respect for this 26 EMA. Let me make sure I didn't see anything in here of pertinence. Has this range here. It's taking liquidity from the top side of this range here as it's trying to conquer those highs over there. So yeah, I would say that this could be a place that price can come back to. That's 384 to 378. Since this was previously some sort of a range here between this top side candle and this low, and it got the break out of the top side, it could come back down here to the lower end for SUI. Ethereum continuing to hold this trend line over here. It did that little tap into the golden pocket and bounced away like we were looking at that yesterday. So then we'll be looking for a momentum break here, which would be a closure below, not a wick, because you did see what I did here was the body. I left the low at the wick, but I could turn the low in. I don't think I liked it like that. I guess it doesn't matter what I like. If it works, it works. So I'll be looking for a closure, which would be a red candle down below this trend line here. But for now, it continues to respect it. So we expect that to be a bounce zone for it. You move this and this here. Next target for Ethereum is going to be this 4008. I mean, we could end up flipping this into some sort of resistance for a rejection. But in terms of this zone here, this was previous support. This was the resistance. Be looking for 4,000. That's the next level of interest for Ethereum. I don't think I see anything in here. Mark that out. It's already above that. And then just go 0.886. Just there. So prices in platinum pocket. See if we can continue this birdie. Everything looks freaking amazing there. EMAs, nothing more than 2 and 5 on the daily. So I would continue to look for something like that, 2 and 5 on the daily time frame. Yeah. Ethereum looks pretty nice. Let me see if I can find where this should be anchored. It's definitely not there. Anyway, I don't really need it. Go Ethereum, go. So this is a year-long range, I do believe, for ETH. It is. It's a year-long range for Ethereum. I don't even want to begin to entertain where this range suggests price would go to for Ethereum. I know it's something outlandish. It's like 9,000. Not exactly an even number, like 10, but it is a year-long range. The price being contained within this one bar. So then I walk it back to a month. Is this higher? Let's see. Is that 1,093? This is higher. That looks about right. That looks about right. So once we get up here to about, that 4,008, it'll be truth time. Truth time for Ethereum. I'm gonna lock this and change the visibility to current interval only. So that is what we have going on within this range. So you can see what I'm talking about here. So yeah, actually wasn't. So yeah, 3758 to 4,008. So I was thinking that this probably was some recent support, prior support, but it wasn't. So we can just include the entire zone as the target. 47.58 to 4,008. 1, 2, 3, and then this will be the fourth time we did it over here, and then we did it a little bit right here as well. So it is some major resistance right here for Ethereum. I might need to stretch those out. Pull it out at least 2 days. I just want to look back over here at Bitcoin for a minute. This was the most important thing, just reclaiming here, as it does spell a little bit of trouble. But I like the way we're managing to hold up in there too for Bitcoin. Again, in the moment, I will only be looking here. It could do more, but that's just what I see. I don't see any more than here, these lows at the moment. But all indicators look very positive for that 15-minute time frame. That could be bearish divergence on that bottom indicator on the 15-minute time frame, which is the delta. As again, I think a push up, if it can get there, it probably wouldn't do any more than these lows right here and then reject. Possibly put in a higher low and then go up. Try to push up again. The 4 hour. Really needs to hold. But we still have this cloud cover here on the 4 hour time frame. Even though we've been holding these lows, we do have that cloud cover, and price typically reverses right about in here. I don't know why that disappeared. Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting here. If you've tuned in, I'm just waiting. Getting a small little bounce over here on the 15-minute time frame, but I still am a little weary about the 4-hour time frame right now. This blue trend line right here, along with this line here. So I just tried to map it out as best as I could. But between right here in this zone is where the 4-hour needs to hold. And it is a must hold. We're still playing around here in this area with no strong conviction just yet. And I just showed this 4-hour time frame over here. Again, this is typically where you see some sort of a correction come in on the 4-hour time frame here. Do have a cloud cover here, even though we were putting in this move here. We do still have a cloud cover. And we're still trying to hold these lows. But that is the line in the sand for the 4-hour time frame today. Yesterday it was a little bit lower. Today is here. So must hold here. We have a little bit of liquidity right here. And I noticed that when price came down, it didn't take it. And we have more. You can see it better if I do it from here. We have more liquidity sitting below these lows here, which means we absolutely lose what is supposed to be the 4-hour support. So just, moving forward with a little bit of caution in here. I don't have the strongest conviction for any pumps that are happening currently on Bitcoin. Regardless of a bill signing, whatever, it looks like we cool off. I know that we're in the process of that. If I go through, I can do it from this chart. So just looking back here at the 4-hour again, what I was saying here on the 4-hour, we're still in this main squeeze in here, and we're still riding so close to the zero. This is usually when some explosive move takes place as well. You usually see something explosive. So here we were kind of like really close to the zero line here, and we ended up getting a break to the downside. We're inside. When you're inside like this, that also indicates a squeeze. I don't know if I have. Yeah, I do. So you can see that we are squeezing on the Bollinger as well as we're moving sideways, but very minimal range in here. And just go through here, just comb through here a little bit. Six-hour does look a little better in this regard, but not here. The RSI is still the same situation where we're just consolidating here, waiting for some sort of a major breakout, either to the upside or the downside. That hasn't been cleared yet, but we'll see something here on the lower time frames before then. But right now, the 15-minute time frame, despite this, I just still see some worry. 8-hour delta cross here, which, you know, you can get the positive delta cross and put in some bullish divergence before you actually get a break to the upside, if it's indicating that this break will be to the upside. But that constriction remains in here on the 8-hour time frame as well, with a nice squeeze in here on the DTI here, and an RSI that has not made a decision. Right now, I would have to lean towards down, with the RSI being positioned underneath both signal lines. But if it were to flip up, then yeah, that would be our explosion there. 12-hour is holding here. It is inside the pocket. You don't see so much to squeeze here on the 12-hour time frame. Negative delta still in play here on the 12-hour time frame, and just chilling here, you know, from my indication of cool off here that we got from this drop here. And now we're just holding the lows. Did get a signal cross up for a bit of a push up here. So maybe we'll tune back into the 12-hour. Let me hide that. I don't need that. Daily, just in between standard deviation 1 and 2. Getting a rise here on the daily. We'd already got the signal of the cool off here on the daily time frame. We confirm it more, we get a push into this cyan color lower line there. Negative delta cross here on the daily as well. So we actually pivoted right here, and we got the negative cross. It doesn't really imply anything for the MACD. It's not showing right now. Let me just see what that looks like. So that's still positive, but starting to curve. Hasn't confirmed, and that's why we were able to continue this chopping here. But the closer this white line gets to the zero line here, which right now is at 559, so it's pretty far away. we have the potential of piercing that and then getting a sharper correction here on the daily, given some of the other signals that we have in here. We turned up away from it right here. So that was good. Today looking to confirm a cool off. But still a nice RSI, so it would just be a cool off. 3-day already confirmed. And this is where you get to your delta cross, still remaining in a nice posturing here. The higher up we move, so it really just boils down to just a small correction on our daily. So just a correction. And it's pretty overdue. If we do get one, then these highs are fair game. There's also a fair value gap in between here. Don't think that there's really much volume in here, but there is a fair value gap in here. We can look to that fair value gap, the midpoint of that fair value gap. But this is what I'm heavily leaning towards, which is 110 to 108. I know that that is a big move and nobody will want to see that, of course, but I mean, it's on the table. If not, maybe again, like I said, we do the midpoint of this fair value gap that's in here. Otherwise, there's just a lot of room in between here for a drop. In this bar, just a drop. I did like that 12 though. Take that away because price did do that. Let me look back here at the 15-minute time frame. It looks like we do want to hold in here, I believe. Let me take us back here and see how we do. Okay, so I could have just did that, right? I wasn't really paying attention to it. That is some underlying strength on the 5 minute from the MACD. I meant the delta. And again, price does have to maintain this low here right now on the 15-minute time frame. I'm not looking to get long off of any of this right here. I do still believe that this target right here is something that could be hit, which is basically just these lows up here. But I'm not a fan fave of the chart at this moment. Now that could be bullish. This drop, it's not fully confirmed just yet, but that could be bullish. You just have to give it some time to develop. I want to make sure I'm not seeing it anywhere else. So the 1 hour is the time frame that we need to be focusing on. Once again, 1 hour. All right. Just waiting. And so far, the 15-minute is holding that support level, which is also basically a back test too of the golden pocket. So this is basically just breaking the top side of the dynamic cloud here. So I really don't need to have this here because that's what that lines up to. Just being able to break the top side here on the 5-minute time frame as we're holding the low and looking to reclaim above this momentum line here and push higher into there. I remain on the sideline with my current positions. But I do like the 1 hour, um, like the potential that the 1 hour could give. That will drive alts back up. Anything that's tagged to Bitcoin at the moment, that would drive them back up. Let me see what CoinGlass is looking like at the moment. We're pretty much neck and neck in buyers and sellers. And you would explain how slow we're moving in here. You are starting to get a few more. Yeah, never mind. We're just so neck and neck between buyers and sellers at this point. Money flow is at a great place on the 1 hour where I would buy. Yeah. 1 hour I don't mind. 4 hour I'm a little afraid of. But 1 hour looks like it could be good. Even with this, I mean, it is above the fast signal here. And once it flips this one, then it's a go. Once this flips the top, then we'll be breaking this high here. And then on the 15-minute time frame here, that's positive. It's now above the zero line. And it looks pretty strong, even though it is a little bit of a bear div in here. I do want to confess to that. A little bit of a bear div in here. This turns up now, then it will be downward pressure to the market. It'll be a continuation of the selling pressure. Right now it's saying selling pressure off as we're getting this little push up here, which could also be a bit of a bear flag. here on the 15-minute time frame. And if it's not, these lows would be the target right now. And then maybe we do something like that. And then we, try for those highs again. Um, we now have some liquidity at this pivot here. Ethereum's weekly chart, unless it actually is going to get somewhere up around $10,000, at the moment it still has some strong imbalances on that weekly time frame. Very strong imbalances on the weekly time frame. I don't know. This whole weekly candle that it did could, I mean, hmm, could eat back into that candle once it gets up here to around that 4,000. Come back down to about 3,000, 3,018. I don't know. It's performing. It just got some strong imbalances. That's all I'm saying. So this is just a little bit more confirming for me what we're actually doing over here is we have this rise, and I was just really noticing it. I mean, I knew that we had this drawn out like this yesterday, somewhat, but we were breaking it down here. But when I looked at the 4 hour time frame just then, um, what I was noticing is this, and then this is, yeah, that just kind of helped me confirm what kind of pattern we actually had. I wish I had noticed this earlier, but I don't notice everything. So there it is. It is confirmed here. So head and shoulders may not have worked out, but if Bitcoin price, because this 4 hour is very challenging for me. It's very challenging for me. Just everything I'm seeing on the 4. Now the 1 hour, I like the cloud drop I was just seeing here on the 1 hour time frame. But this is very challenging for me. This 4 hour time frame because it looks like it wants to get a breakdown. And we did look like it was a head and shoulder here on the indicator yesterday, and it actually was shaped as a head and shoulder, just didn't get a confirmation on it. But now a rising formation, and we're starting to flip into these different bearish patterns. So that does give me some sort of pause. This could be a bear flag, but again, if it's not a bear flag and we don't see like a drop here to come take the liquidity from those lows, then I do see price getting up here to these lows up here, to these lows here. So that's 119,885.1 here on Blowfin's chart. So this is just a pause. The head and shoulders didn't bother me as much, but this does. And given where the RSI is sitting at right now and how the RSI is sitting here in the pocket and how the money flow is here. So just a little bit of pause for me. And just how hard we worked in here to try to push price up. Like all of these momentum bars is from buyers trying to push this price up and not managing to be able to get past this zone. And bulls were able to push back there. They were able to push back here. And we did the same chop over here. This exact same chop over here. And this is the point where I go on Twitter and I say, this squeeze that we're trying to do, this short squeeze, is showing some exhaustion. And then we get this. So if we're losing this zone over here, then that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. I mean, the daily hasn't played it out yet, but once the daily does confirm it, I mean, we could see ourselves all the way back down here at 110, 108. That's the lowest for me. I mean, we got some options in here, like even the box right here at 116, 115. That is also an option. Something in here would probably do first as some sort of a bounce. But from here, it could be a bounce, back test, continuation down. Let's pull these out a little bit. It's got stuff in here for no reason right now. Just so I don't have to keep typing all the time. 'Cause I'm not a good typer. Just so you understand what I was looking at through here. This was more like line in the sand right here. All right, so still just a little bit of pause. Again, this could be a bear flag, but if it's not, then I'd be looking for price to get up here into these lows where we have the support resistance set at 119.885 using the blow fin chart. We did manage to hold a low here down here where we had as support here, which was very critical. RSI low, which is one of the strategies that I cover here on this channel, which is when you break, when you start to break down and you put in an oversold candle, um, to plot a line across that, you want to see price action holding that. If not, it breaks it and it reclaims it, and then that would be a good entry for you on a long. I am sitting on my hands right now. I'm not too comfortable with the 4-hour time frame, so I'm just sitting on my hands with the loans that I have, not actually using the profit tool at the moment or the loan tool at the moment because of my discomfort. I'm just not using it. When it looks like it could give you better, I plot it on there. But right now I'm not feeling it. 1 hour time frame does look a little bit better. 1 hour time frame is what carried us yesterday into this move right here. And again, you know, from yesterday's stream, my discomfort was with the 4-hour time frame once again, but we did manage to make it up here into the resistance area that was identified, and got a rejection 3 times from this zone. So we didn't even fill it all the way in because the long was all the way for the take profit would have been up here for the top. It did get stopped out, and I mentioned on the stream that I would just cut it for the aggressive entry and just wait for it to come back down and come back up. But that I didn't feel comfortable with any of it and what to look for on the chart. And we got that hit up here into that box with all the ease and the rejection. And that box was just slightly above. It was in between the golden pocket and the 786, but above. But I could see that there was some sort of resistance in that zone there. Getting a little bit of a cloud drop here on the 1-hour time frame, which could be something. As long as it doesn't flatten out, it doesn't mean that price can't still pull back, and then it catches it and then it does another send here on the 1-hour time frame. But I do like the 1-hour time frame. Cloud drop is one of the only time frames so far I could see that had this on it, so this could be the savior. Again, like I said, the 1-hour time frame. Negative MACD, but you do see that we're starting to posture and curve over here to the upside. Right now, if we were to turn up, I know if we were to turn up right now here on the 15-minute time frame, then we would just go back into the selling, even though we've got such a nice pull, I guess a decent little scalp pump here from the bulls right now. If this was to turn up right now, it's pretty neck and neck. So maybe this drop, and then bears would be in control of the 1-hour time frame, and we could see ourselves breaking this channel, which I just spotted on the 4-hour time frame, not really paying attention. But I knew that there was a trend line along here that we needed to respect for the 4-hour time frame. We needed to respect it over here. We broke below it. We reclaimed it yesterday. We broke below it here today. We reclaimed it here today. But very critical level here on the 4-hour. And actually, since that 4-hour just opened, a new candle. Let me just double check and see if anything has changed here, because if it did, then I would need to move that. So at the moment, I suppose I could just go with the momentum line that's there for that'll be the easiest thing to do. So let me just do that. So 4-hour, I don't need another one of those. This here. We'll just go with that. SR. But it is a very critical level to maintain. Or maybe I don't let it read that, and I just re-hold. So that's what we need to do. We need to hold here on a 4-hour. Could still wick down here into this trend line and attempt to hold this, but it gets a little scarier the closer we get to it. And daily, as you already know, has a negative cross on the delta on the daily. But the daily time frame is something that can take a while to play out. So for now, we're just being bong around here, around these highs, not really doing too much. But I'm going to say this again. We had that so-called head and shoulder. We now have this rising channel here, which is confirmed again from, you can see it here as well. So we had the head and shoulders confirming here. We now have the rising channel. That's two bearish patterns back to back for Bitcoin. So again, I am on pause when it comes to this 4-hour time frame. I am definitely on pause for this 4-hour time frame. We're at the point again here where money flow gets into here. We tend to see some sort of a correction take place. Correction, minor here because we did put in a triangle there, and then we got a bear div across here. So this would have been it there. Correction, bear div, correction. So I'm on pause, sitting on my hands right now until something clearer presents itself. Cloud cover, but we are holding the lows right here for now in the pocket here on the RSI. And I do continue to watch Ethereum as well, as I'm waiting on Bitcoin right now. I'm continuing to watch Ethereum as well. Nice little trend line here for Ethereum, which it has respected. That's also in line with the 26 EMA. So 26 EMA rides along the lower part of here, and I can turn it on. So you can see there you have the 26 EMA along the low part of this ascending trend line here for Ethereum, that once, if it breaks it, then I'll be looking for price to come back down here. I would look for a hold of this 60. So somewhere in here around the top side of the dynamic cloud and where that 60 is. And that 60 is currently sitting at, looks like 3408, which is a 1 hour time frame. It could start to move just a little bit. So a little bit of a negative delta here on the 1 hour time frame. Also, it's not really doing too much. So that's a good thing. If this was to turn up right now, it'd be another push up higher. So we're above the 786, have the 0.886 here into the zone of interest in here. I think Ethereum has the potential to get here to that 4,008. And then, things may start to look a little bit different, but in terms of hitting that resistance is all through here. But so far it's fine. And then I was looking at that today. I know everybody and their mama's looking at it now, but a nice delta cross here. Nice positive delta here on the monthly time frame. So I do expect a lot more for Ethereum. And I did a measured move on the range that it's in, because it's in a not a multi-year, but actually it is. It's in a multi-year range. So this is a multi-year range, and it starts from this low down here. You do that again. So $715 all the way up to 4,867 is what this range is. So if I take you over here to the 1 year chart, you can see we've been in this range for a while. So yes, we could look, once we get that breakout of that symmetrical triangle, is what I would go with. Once we get that breakout of the symmetrical triangle, you could look for the top side of the range here for the 1 year to act as resistance. Of course, it's an all-time high. What else do you expect, right? Nothing more than that. But the measured move for the breakout brings price all the way up here, somewhere around $9,000. So big ups to Ethereum if it gets there. I actually don't have any. I haven't felt any kind of way like I wanted to jump into Ethereum. So let me put it like that. So it looks really nice here on the daily. Still looks nice and strong here on the 4, which you can see that little triangular formation here where we have these wicks at. Now, if these dojis continue, it could be a little topping. And I know that there's a big imbalance here on the weekly time frame, and it's between, I think it's between here and $3,000. But there's an imbalance on the weekly time frame. So just what we have going on over here, which we could do another little trend line across here. But if this line continues to hold, which much respect to the 26 EMA, you could look to take along off of the trend line. And let's see. I'm just going to go from there to there. So I may need to drop this below that. Or you could wait for a break, because this is based off of the line chart. So you could wait for a break, reclaim back into the trend line. That sounds much better. So a break and recovery of the trend line, and then look to take that up to the 4,000 for Ethereum. And it's all about respecting at 26 EMA. So if you work with EMAs, be sure you put that on your chart, because that is what is riding here. And then it could come down to the 62. So I do the 26 EMA and the 60 EMA, and just look for whichever one it deviates away from. And golden pocket and whatnot. Let me take the 886 out of this chart and take the 50 out of this chart. These highs could definitely hold. All right. Where's my angle at? Dun, dun, dun. 40. Break of the 50 and cross of the yellow signal line. One thing that could happen is, you see how we just kind of stumped out right here and got that curve back down below here. Could do that. Just see price come into here. The scale line here tilt back down, and then we come back down. Probably put in a higher low here on the 1 hour, if the 1 hour, because the 1 hour looks okay. It's the 4 hour. Higher low, and then try for this again, potentially. Let me take a look here in the background. I'm just going to be looking at some things. Man, Theta's my heartbreak. It is ripping. It is ripping right now. Okay, so say is at a critical point right now. For sure. We got that slap down. I'm gonna be watching Say though. I might actually do a little something with Say. Let's see. Not yet. All right, Bitcoin. Just for a quick scalp or something. close that out. Okay. On a different chart. It's a very interesting slow grind we have going on. So we do have a lot more sellers in the market right now than buyers. It is no longer neck and neck. It is a significant difference at this point as we do push up into this support resistance zone here. We had a lot of shorts to come in here before, right here where we start going blue. Had a lot of shorts to come in through here. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, they've just been piling in. So maybe the market again will look to take us past this. Right now, this is why I see some sort of a rejection potentially coming in at. But being that we have so many shorts in the market right now versus long, market makers may look again to come back up here, like I said, to retest this box again here, where we have the liquidity sitting up here at these highs. Also, the top side of the ascending triangle. I'm sorry, ascending channel. Ascending channel. Morning, sir. It's going good. Yeah, we went to the meeting on Wednesday. I think you saw it. You were that was good. How's everything over there? Yeah, every time y'all have outings different from us, y'all seem more like I don't know, longer period. We just go out and for maybe 2 hours. Everybody y'all over there like hanging out, vacation, just different. That's cool. Y'all have to be in school. Don't see that too often. Yeah. Let me see if that's still the zone to hold here on the 15-minute. Here now. I have a few buyers trying to step in right now. It's not a good time. Quick question. What's the difference between running it from the VS Code versus the Jupyter Lab that in the tool version? Okay. So a 4 hour hold meant, yeah, this was for my 4 hour, but it's on the 1 hour, 1 hour hold. But for the 15 minute, this is a line in the sand. Let's take a look at what this also is over here. Not that it honestly matters to me. Okay. 30-minute time frame actually looks okay. I mean, maybe a little something here on the RSI, but 30-minute doesn't look as shabby as the 15-minute does. Okay, so one thing that needs to be done here on the 15-minute, and I called it out earlier. I can go from any one of these points in here. I'll just go from the ladder. Here is we need to outplay any sort of bear div. That is important. I'm going to change the settings on this. I think it gives me no option to set it in the center or anything. Set my way a little bit. So I'll do it like this. Red. All right, so on this 1 hour time, 15-minute time frame, we are coming into the line in the sand here for that time frame. Price would need to hold there. You can also see the confirmation here on the RSI here at the blue signal line. It's not that we can't break it and then try to come back up, but it is something to be aware of as we play out this little bear div here on this 15-minute time frame. We've already lost the level over here on the 1 hour. Actually, it's for the 4 hour time frame that we need to hold. But again, there is a drop in the cloud on the 1 hour time frame that could be beneficial for a recovery bounce. Maybe we take a little bit of liquidity, and then that happens if we don't hold the line here. Okay. Let's see. And then the other thing, maybe we get some bullish divergence in here too. So it looks like if we were to take out the liquidity down here, there's the potential for us to put in a bull dip here. And you'll know it's a bull dip if this candle doesn't turn green when it drops below this one over here. Okay, so right now, a little reaction right above here at the dynamic cloud low. More buyers stepping in. I have not taken a look at the stock market this morning just yet, and I usually try to do that about 9 o'clock here. It seems lately, just pre-market before we, you know, just to see what prices are at pre-market and then what we're heading into um, potentially for the rest of the day. I don't know that I can see anything from here, but let's see. Because then it end up clicking on it, and I don't want to do that. So I'll just come back. Got some long orders and some liquidity that's sitting right here at this low. I know we're saying we need to hold our support resistance, but again, it would be nice if we were to see some bullish divergence in here and then assume that we can, based on the 1 hour time frame, look to get long and take this back up here to attempt to take the liquidity from these highs right here. That's doable for the 1 hour. I don't know if we keep going another 4 hour though. We get another 4 hour candle open, and maybe the last one we see above the lower bounds of this rising channel. The market could be waiting on Trump to sign that bill too. Mm, the market is all over the place right now. It's starting to turn up here on the 15-minute time frame. Doesn't mean that we can't outplay that, but we are starting to turn up here right now. Or then this won't end up flattening out and going sideways. Again, I have not taken any position or presented a position on the chart just yet. So far, I've just been showing where we need to hold and maintain for now. Just off the basis of the 4 hour time frame, but 1 hour could give a relief bounce in here. We still haven't reached this support resistance here. And then if we can do that, then the opportunity is on the table to retest this as well. So okie dokie. Bitcoin. It's doing Bitcoin things. see what we're looking like on sellers. Refresh here. Got a lot of liquidity above us and below us. And remember that even though dominance is not up right now, and let me just double check on that. Even though dominance is not up right now, there's still altcoins that are tied to Bitcoin's price movement, and they will do exactly what Bitcoin is doing. Nothing is going to change there, regardless of what dominance reads. Right, so there is this liquidity that is here. There's liquidity in here. There's the liquidity that's in here as well. We have the previous day down here. And to our top side, we know that there's liquidity here. Just too many lines on my chart though. So let's take that off. All right, so we did take that liquidity right there. I'm sorry, I had to look away for a sec. See what that does for us. Not exactly. It looks like we did from this chart over here. Low fin chart. Not seeing it elsewhere. It looks like we did from here, but looking at CoinGlass chart, we actually didn't take it, but Blowfin chart did. I would rather get the bullish divergence. Because again, like I said, based on this Blowfin chart, we took that liquidity. But when I look at CoinGlass, we didn't. So that is okay. Maybe we did something that I'm not seeing. All right. Requires some patience in here to just sit on your hand. Tempest with a nice pump this morning, gapped up. Currently priced at 62, so that's really good. Palantir, a little bit of a pullback here on the 1 hour time frame, currently at 153. Sound, getting a little bit of a rejection this morning after that grind yesterday. Coin broke the top side of the ascending broadening trend line. It's at 436. I'll be dang. I'll be dang. That's beautiful. I guess we know. AMD, a little small rejection here at the next zone of interest, but nothing major. 159.23 right now. TTD with a small correction here down at $80 after getting a nice little pump up to $86. And Pony getting a little bit of a pop here, finally getting past a little resistance that we had in here. Actually, it's at the top side of our resistance box there. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on Bitcoin. I don't want to take us off of that chart as I just talked through what I'm seeing. All right. Tesla with the gap up at 329. Both Tesla, Apple still ranging within the symmetrical triangle that it has on that 1 hour time frame. Robinhood, yeah, still flying, gapped up, and prices at 113 right now. Circle, a little small rejection, but it looks like it's going to keep going here. Just hitting the lows around that 252 marker. And if it gets through there, then 277 will be the next place of interest for Circle. All right, CNC still struggling a bit here at 28.58, so it is coming down again. Rivian still fighting that point of control on the 1 hour time frame, so nothing there. All right, happy days, coin. Just take us over here. And I'm going to go ahead and share that real quick before I take us back over to the Bitcoin chart. So you can see we've been in this range forever. And now we finally left this range here. I don't know what coin price is going. All I know is that I wanted to accumulate a little bit more, and I haven't got the chance to do that yet. I'm still waiting on some sort of a correction to take place. You know, we can break it and then we can come back into it, or we can rip it and then come back and back test it. So patience. And today was also the day that the Trade Desk TTD was listed on the S&P 500. It was set to happen today, so happy days for TTD. All right, we may be starting to diverge here. Finally, maybe started to diverge. Let's see. We did get above what that 15-minute closure did was allow some reset on one of the indicators that I'm looking at, for price to be able to hold above that. So that was very important. So now, as long as we stay above that and above our support and resistance level here, so currently support level here, then there's room for it to try to come back up. I do still want to see some bullish divergence in here, but I mean, we don't get everything we want, right?
Morning. No, not that one, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I meant,
Just wanted to change something over
yeah,
here.
yeah, I thought I closed this point. It did close it.
I have room to drop this into here. It's not a big difference, but I do have room to drop it there. Yeah, RSI is already turned up. You've already started diverging against price action, which means this price action is going up. This is coming down. So again, I'm still going to have to maintain this as potentially my max, but if we get through here, then maybe another attempt up here. It's hard to say right now. Really, the 4 hour is not in the best space. 1 hour can give. 15 minute is making an attempt. And that's a nice move from the 15. You can say double bottom. It just means more liquidity down here for market makers to come for at our lows here. It's very enticing liquidity here at the lows. Very enticing liquidity here as well. So Looks like it's a go though. Take a look at say, because that's what I'm interested in getting into today over Biddy, but it depends on Bitcoin. So let me see this from a 30-minute perspective. I like the way it's holding these lows down here. I might give that a go. Say, let me see the 15-minute. Are we squeezing? We are squeezing a little bit over here on say. Move. I have to be careful here, but I'm going to open up a say Sui. I'm sorry, Sui position. I'm going to open up a Sui position. See how that goes. All right, and just brought us over here because I know I'm not opening another Bitcoin position. And I know that Sui's performance right now is tied to Bitcoin a little bit. So Sui did have this little trend line over here that he got a break out of, and it's been holding these lows in here, which has been very crucial for price action. And you can see it down here on the RSI as well. It does need to break back above here, and I do believe that above here that will put it above the mean. So above the 50%. Yeah, above 50% on the indicator. And I could probably do it from, I mean, you can see it right here from the RSI as well. Here, and then you'll be able to see it there too. And it looks like we may also be in a squeeze. So it is in a little bit of a squeeze, and I'm looking for this to break to the upside. I would look for it to come back up here to these highs up here. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't actually have a stop determined just yet, and I just entered it, so it will probably be something more like this right here. And this looks like it's the top side of the range as well. 1.68. It's well below that, and we're holding these lows. So I can respect that. I can make this a 3-to-1. I'm gonna lean on this trend line right here, so I'm gonna do it like that. I'm already down a little smidge, a smidge. Because my entry, what I'm seeing is 6. It's like this. So that's my entry. So I'm gonna see how this goes for me. It's really going to depend on Bitcoin right about now. Because Say isn't able to move on its own anymore. I keep saying Say, Sui, 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 Sui. Bitcoin isn't being nice. So, like I said, Say will be affected by what Bitcoin is doing.
What do you mean it's doing?
Yeah, and that selling pressure is picking up. Say doesn't look like it's going to hold. So I'm going to end up having end up getting stopped out. It is back testing that trend line right now. Sui is back testing that trend line right now. It hasn't hit my stop just yet, but it is so close to it. Like it is so close, a hair close to stopping me out already. But like I said, it was all going to depend on Bitcoin. Mm-mm-mm. Bitcoin took that liquidity, which is nice. I guess that's our 4 hour trying to gear up. Mm-hmm. I just got stopped out. All right, another one bites the dust. I have to look back at that because it is going along with Bitcoin. And Bitcoin lost our support resistance. It is putting in that bullish divergence that I've been crying about. But why you got to do it now? All right, let's see. So we took the little liquidity that was in here. There's also the liquidity here. There is liquidity in here. And then, of course, the liquidity that is there at the previous day low. And I guess I get to look back and say, let me see. Sui. I get to look back at Sui. Yeah, I would expect for, let's see. Yeah, we are starting that rollover pretty hard now on Biddy. So before I go into a negative on the virtuals position that I took yesterday, I just went ahead and closed that out to avoid taking a loss on that. So the little bit of money that I did make on that, actually it was just a break even. So I broke even on that because it's coming back to where I entered at. Let's see. Everything else looks good. All right, so there's this liquidity in here, right here, and then there's the liquidity down here at the previous day low. Hopefully this is not the big rollover from that 4 hour. But why I told you, I kept saying it. That 4 hour, oof, was the reason why I was not gonna put anything over here on Bitcoin's chart. But then I should have thought about that when I entered that SUI position. Anyway, CCC. So I did take an immutable X position yesterday too. I'm currently up 29% on that. I may cut that if Bitcoin continues to roll, and then I'll look for a better entry on that. So both immutable X and virtuals are the two that I entered in on yesterday that I've already cut the virtuals and basically at break even on virtuals. Let me look at it. Yeah, I made a little bit on virtuals. Um, and since I'm up on immutable X, but again, now I'm up like 27% now. So I may end up cutting and taking a profit on that one and just looking for a better entry. Depends on how much we roll over. Again, there's the potential to come in here. I don't think it's just a thing where we take this liquidity right here and we do bounce maybe on one of these lower time frames like the 15 and the 5 minutes, something like that. I don't think that's the case for the 1 hour time frame. And I will be looking down here. If this is going to be a bigger player, I'll be looking down here around that 110, 108. But we'll see how we hold up if we come back down here into this box too, which is 116, 115. So all cards are open on this as I am streaming overtime today. Just save some bullish divergence in here. Just do that. So it could be an opportunity here. Definitely got the bullish divergence right now until it's invalidated. Got more and more loans jumping in. That's a scary thought. SUI doesn't have the bullish divergence that Bitcoin has. Just doesn't have it. Just looking for that squeeze to break up. Going back in on this though. Previous day low, sweep that liquidity, come back up. I'll take it if we do that. If we do that, definitely take it. So one thing to highlight over here on the 15-minute time frame also is going to be the fact that um, we looked at this earlier, but we've lost all critical. We were hanging on to this 400 for a minute here, and we've lost now both the 2 and the 4. That liquidity right in here we took. Do have the bullish divergence now. We have to bank on that. But if I were to get interested in getting long on Bitcoin, it would be with claiming this liquidity down here. So I would be interested. Hold on, let me do this like this. Make my life easier. I will be interested in that. Wrong button. I would be interested in that. And then I wouldn't be looking for a big move back up. I would probably maybe I would target here. I still think that's on the table. And then I have to pull this in here. I'm gonna go 30. I usually go 20, but since I'm not 10 off, I'll do 30. And this would be conservative, so we want to get the reaction. I want to see that this level in here will hold before we do that, even if we have to not take an entry here, which I won't be taking the entry, but even if not taking the entry here, means waiting for the confirmation just slightly higher, then that is what it will be. All right, now we would have to dance around in here for a minute, because we're not dancing around, and more than likely we'll just run straight through it. And where we came from would be our resistance point. So where this RSI is, these lows will probably be resistance for us. So now let me look back over here and see if I want to cut my IMX. I'm gonna give Bitcoin time to make a decision in here. But in its current state, we do have the bullish divergence here on the 15-minute time frame. And at some point, we'll give. All right, so we've been validated. It looks like no, we haven't yet. I'm still good. I'm still good. Thin that out so I can see it better. Seven to one. It's gonna be scaled back. Yeah, this can totally be scaled back, but I'll do it with the fib. So this is gone. I'm going to delete that. I'll leave it like I got it for now. I'm going to move this. Sometimes it doesn't show it on the Blowfin, but it'll show it on a different exchange that this is actually oversold.
Oh, I signed it the other day. Is it is it is it the
Oh my gosh, I'm just talking, 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 and I got my mic muted and no one heard anything I had to say. What I was saying was, in case this does not hold, in case this does not hold. Okay, so we got the reaction off of the previous day low here, also where I have the long setup set for, but this fair value gap, we may reject here, midpoint. That's what you look for, the midpoint of the fair value gap for rejection. So if we're rejecting here, and that's probably also in line with where this channel is that we got the break down from here. So um, should not be some sort of a V-shaped reversal. I don't see this as a V-shaped reversal. Nice wick and all that good stuff. Should dance around in here a little bit to build up some momentum to get that push up, potentially here to the support resistance here, because that's where we have the liquidity at for the shorts right in here. So, but in case this does not prevail, in case this does not prevail, and you have to look lower, because I don't like the RSI right now, but I do like the fact that we respected the previous day low there for that sec. This is the next thing that I would be looking at right here. Now, I'm looking at this liquidity here being taken, but there's also still a remainder of a gap in here with some support that I'm seeing from the 4-hour time frame along in here too. So this setup is coming from the 4-hour time frame, because the 4 hours, what I've been saying, it just doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't look right, and that's why I have not been willing to put this on the chart all day, because the 4-hour just looks like it wants to roll down. So you can see what sort of a reaction happens in here, but the 4-hour is showing me that there is some support in here, and this should hold. If anything changes, if we get here and something changes, I will update on X. Otherwise, we do have that gap, that CME gap that's around 114. It's not going to line up totally with the with the crypto space. It's CME, so it's not going to line up. But you can watch CME and look for that gap to get filled potentially around $114,000 for Bitcoin. And then if the daily starts to roll a little bit more throughout the day, if we only just get a small correction and a continuation, then you already know I'm looking down here at 110, 108. Okay, so with that all being said, if there's anything I need to come in and update on, I'll do it on my X account. So please be sure that you follow me at Down the Crypto TA on X. Be sure that you follow the Coin King. That's D as in dog, A as in apple, COINKING, the Coin King. Until next time, I will see you guys in the morning, 5 o'clock. I will keep you posted on X.